You excited, Mel? It's hard to tell.
Oh, this is probably the greatest thing to ever be shown on TV, ever.
You all right?
Woo! Best day of my life.
A 17-hit game for the Cubs in Cincinnati was not the lead story last night. It was Kris Bryant's 5 for 5, 3-homer, 2-double, full house night. One for the record books.
I don't think I've ever had 5 hits in a game, let alone with 3 home runs. I mean, it was a unbelievable game. I mean, I'm just so glad we won. It was a good day. It's a good day to play. I mean, haven't really been swinging it well lately, but figured I was due, and I guess today was my day.
History for Bryant and one priceless moment for a young Cub fan. Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Another nice night here in Cincinnati. It is game 2 of a 3-game series. The Cubs and the Reds from Great American Ballpark. Great to have you with us. Jim DeShays and Len Casper with you. And everybody's still buzzing about quite an historic night for Kris Bryant.
Yeah, what a show the young slugger put on here last night. He's absolutely worn out Reds pitching this year. He's 13 out of 24 with 5 home runs in this ballpark. Last night, first player in modern Major League Baseball history with 3 home runs and 2 doubles in a game. Career highs in hits, home runs, RBIs, runs scored. The youngest Cub player to hit 3 home runs in a game, just a few days short of Ernie Banks.
11-8 the final last night. Jake Arrieta only went 5 innings. He did get his 12th win. The Cubs will turn to left-hander John Lester this evening.
Yeah, and when handing the ball to John Lester, good things have happened for Joe Madden and his crew. John has been on quite a roll over his last 6 starts. He is 5-0 with a 1.45 ERA. He's made 6 starts against the Reds in his career, and the Cubs are 6-0 in those ball games.
Cubs have only lost 1 time to the Reds. They really have dominated this season series. We'll see what Kris Bryant has in store tonight after an unbelievable performance last night. Cubs and Reds, game 2 next.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency. Low fares. Nothing to hide.
Back here in Cincinnati, a lovely weather evening here in late June. Cubs 2-3 on this long road trip. Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Chris Bryant all of a sudden is tied for the National League home run lead after hitting 3 last night, and he's closing in on Mark Trumbo for the Major League lead.
Well, he's hit 5 in this ballpark already this year, so you kind of like his chances.
Adam Duvall in the Reds lineup tonight with the 21.
Chris also 3rd in the National League in runs driven in, just ahead of Anthony Rizzo and just behind Jay Bruce.
John Lamb, a left-hander, will go for the Reds, and here's how the Cubs will line up, brought to you by Southwest. Zobrist, Hayward, and Bryant. 1, 2, 3. Rizzo, Contreras, Baez in for Russell at short. They occupy the middle. Matt Caesar gets a rare start in center. David Ross normally catches John Lester, and he is again tonight. Lester hitting 9th.
Reds defensively brought to you by Cricket Wireless. They've had their struggles. They've committed 59 errors, most in Major League Baseball. You see Duvall, Hamilton, and Bruce in the outfield. Suarez, Cozart will man the left side of the infield. Brandon Phillips, a 4-time Gold Glove winner at second base, but he struggled this year. He's committed 9 errors already, made only 6 all last year. Joey Votto's got a Gold Glove on his mantle at home. Ramon Cabrera will do the catching. And the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is the aforementioned John Lamb. 25-year-old lefty. He is 1-4 with a 4.78 ERA. He's made 10 starts. Started the year on the DL, recovering from offseason back surgery. He's one of the pieces the Reds acquired in the Johnny Cueto deal last summer. Kind of a finesse style left-hander, doesn't light up the radar gun. Fastball, cutter, changeup, and a curve. He'll throw a big, slow, looping curveball.
Crew chief Mike Winters is behind the plate, calling balls and strikes. Marty Foster is at first, Gabe Morales at second, and Mike Malinsky is over at third. And the leadoff man is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. If Ben Zobrist gets a hit to start the game, Binny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. And as we get started tonight, sad day in the world of sports. All-time winningest college basketball coach Pat Summitt has passed away, and Buddy Ryan, the Bears defensive architect, their Super Bowl team back in the mid-'80s, has also passed on to 82 years old. So we are underway. 80 degrees here in Cincinnati.
Cubs saw Lamb once last year, right at the end of the year. 4 2/3, and he gave up 5 runs.
Zobrist to left and out of play. So Zobrist is really good at getting on base, leading off an inning. .462 on base percentage in this particular spot, and John Lamb has not been good at getting the leadoff guy out. Opposing batters reaching base to start an inning almost 50% of the time. So he's had to work from the stretch a fair amount.
52 2/3 innings. He's allowed 55 hits, 24 walks. Not a big strikeout number. He's punched out 34, so strikeout rate right around 15%, well below league average, and the walk rate is pretty high.
Zobrist to left, and it will go to start the ball game. So Benny's helping out the Greater Chicago Food Depository with a $100 donation. So he does reach base, although Lamb does not have to pitch from the stretch after one batter.
He gets a new ball. Wow, it's great. I get a new ball. And he's down 1-0. And Ben Zobrist has hit his 10th home run. And here we go again. My goodness, 17 home runs hit by the Cubs now in this ballpark. Already this year, this is their 6th game.
Now Jason Hayward, back-to-back 2-hit games for him. He is back in right field tonight. Started the game last night in center. I was going to mention Zobrist has put up almost exactly the same numbers. You look at his rate stats, batting righty and batting lefty, although he has slugged a little more left-handed, but that was a pretty good right-handed swing.
Yeah, and his right-handed swing's been a little bit out of sync here lately, so that's a very positive sign. Well, you could see it coming last night. He doubled last night, also lined out a couple of times. So maybe he'll hit 3 home runs tonight. Who knows? Up above the belt, and he gave it a mighty lash.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's the first out. Big hand for last night's hero, Chris Bryant. 5 for 5, 3 homers, 2 doubles, 6 RBIs, 4 runs, 16 total bases. First player ever with the 3 homers and 2 doubles in a single game. I'm not sure what the exact question to Brian Price was after the game, but Price did reference the Lasorda Kingman incident. Line foul.
Look out.
Yeah, he kind of laughed and said, instead of tearing this place down and going after you right now, talking about the reporter, I'm just going to acknowledge he had a great game. I hope to never see it again.
Yeah, and back in the day when Kingman had the 3 home run game against the Dodgers, Lasorda was asked about Kingman's performance, and it led to a profanity-laced response by Lasorda. So Brian knew full well where the reporter was going, and he just tiptoed around it.
It was Paul Olden who asked the question. Broken bat roller, so that might have been the bat, and the Hall of Fame asked for it. He gave them his hat instead, but that bat
is being taken into the Reds dugout.
Yeah, wondering if that
must be the MLB authenticators down there.
Yeah. Yeah, so it might end up in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he probably said if he makes it, he probably said if I make an out with it, you can have it, or if I break it.
So here's Rizzo.
Brian hasn't done anything tonight.
He's slumping. Yeah, Rizzo had a pretty anonymous 1 for 2 homer, double, 2 walk night.
Yeah, well, he's hit 5 home runs in this ballpark this year as well. The record for an opposing player is 6. Lance Berkman hit 6 one year.
Inside, Rizzo hitting .408 this month to raise his batting average 51 points from 236 to 287. More recently, an 8-game hitting streak during which he's batted .538, 14 for 26. And in the middle of that, he sat out 2 games with back tightness. 2-2. Lamb's got quite a look going, doesn't he? Free spirit. He's from California. And he strikes out Rizzo. So he settled in after Ben Zobrist led off the game with a home run to left, and the Cubs lead 1-0 with the Reds coming up. Last night and lost, and they've got Brandon Phillips back in there tonight. Their Southwest starting lineup: Cozart, Votto, who connected twice in the ball game last night. Phillips, Jay Bruce in the cleanup spot. Adam Duvall might be an all-star. We'll see. Eugenio Suarez at third. Billy Hamilton moves down to the 7 spot. Switch hitting Ramon Cabrera catches for the pitcher Lamb.
Cubs defense brought to you by Cricket Wireless. Wilson Contreras in left. Matt Caesar gets his second start of the year in center field. Jason Hayward's in right. Bryant Baez, Zobrist Rizzo third to first. David Ross behind the plate. Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is John Lester. 9 up 3 down, a 2.10 ERA. Third start this year for John against the Cincinnati ball club.
And a first pitch strike on Cozart. Third time this month Lester is facing a starter also named Jonathan or John. Beat John Gant in Atlanta and Jonathan Neese of the Pirates in Chicago. Last time he pitched here, he beat John Moscott.
Yeah, he wants to be the Alpha John, no doubt about it. Both the starts against Cincinnati this year, coming back in April. His second start of the year against them at Wrigley, he went 6 innings, allowed 3 runs, and then 2 starts later, it was here in Cincinnati. 7 innings of 1-run ball in an 8-1 Cub victory.
Tried to change up that time and missed. 3 balls and a strike. Votto is on deck. Three and 2. Lester came in with a .210 earned run average, tied with his teammate Jake Arrieta for 3rd in the majors. Swing and a miss. He got him.
Threw the ball very well last time out in Miami. 7 innings, 5 hits, a couple of runs, 2 solo home runs. Walked 3, struck out 7.
Slow start for Votto, but he's put together a nice month of June, and last night homered twice, walked, stole a base, knocked in 3. And he lines softly to Bryant for the 2nd out.
Chance for a very quick first inning here for John. Just 7 pitches made, and Brandon Phillips strides up to home plate. He's the swingingest player in the game. Swings at over 60% of the pitches he sees. That's tops in Major League Baseball.
It is Brandon Phillips' 35th birthday. Wasn't even thinking about swinging at that one, so Lester grooved one right down Main Street.
Try that cutter down and in.
Ouch.
Oftentimes is the result. Happy birthday. There you go. Man deserved a little better than that on his birthday. Chris Spire also celebrating a birthday today. Reds coach.
Spies with the Nationals now.
The Nationals.
Dusty.
Yeah, I knew it was a Red team and Dusty. Yeah. That's what I meant. Former Reds coach.
How old is Spy? 66.
66.
And he's celebrating his birthday in a rain delay.
Would you rather have the rain delay or the foul ball off the ankle? And that's the Harvey Giolito matchup.
It is.
Or Giolito.
Giolito. Lucas Giolito.
The Nationals top pitching prospect, and maybe the top pitching prospect in the game.
Lester's 0-2 bounces way out in front of the plate. Now 1-2.
Phillips still trying to shake off the pain in his left leg.
Center field and a base hit. Phillips.
Gimping, isn't he?
Yeah, he is really struggling to get to first base.
Able to pull the hands in there and get a good chunk of the barrel on that one.
Here's Jay Bruce, who leads the National League in, drum roll please, triples. He has 6 3-base hits already. And he takes a strike.
Yeah, it's been a resurgent year for him. He's doing a lot of damage, among the league leaders. Home runs and RBI. He is handling left-handers, hitting .293 against left-handed pitching. Last year he hit .230 against southpaws, and that's right around his career average. Just anecdotally, talking to folks up here, they said he's done a much better job this year, not just against lefties, but against all pitchers, using the left field, center field, less pull happy.
Contreras really deep in left. And Caesar checking out the sun. There's still some sun out there in center and left.
Jay the Bruce, 3 out of 17 in his career against John Lester.
Running game sometimes comes into play with John Lester on the mound, but Brandon Phillips isn't going anywhere unless he has to. Still not quite 100% after fouling that ball off his leg. Rizzo will field and step on first. So Lester gives up a hit, no runs, and the Cubs lead 1-0 after an inning. On CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Inside on Contreras, playing left. He has started every game on this road trip.
Change. Floats it up there at 76 miles an hour.
2-1. He's played 3 different defensive positions. Change up on this trip. Catcher, first, and left. And he struck him out.
The young lefty likes that changeup. Those 3 very good ones. He really takes a lot off of it. There's a big separation, even though he's not a hard thrower. A big separation between his fastball and his changeup because he throws it so slowly, and also will mix in a curveball that sometimes at 68 miles an hour.
Baez takes a fastball off the inside corner. He's playing short. No Addison Russell tonight. Lamb 6'4", 205, and a bunt fielded by the pitcher. 2 outs.
Trying to get that one down the third base line. Not able to do it. And Lamb, pretty athletic out there.
Born in La Palma, California, went to Laguna Hills High School. Here's Matt Caesar, making his 11th start of the year, only his 2nd in center, and he fouls away. Lined out as a pinch hitter last night. Safe to say he's been as productive as any part-time player in the game. Seems like every time he gets in there, he does something to help his team, even though he hasn't played a lot.
Yeah, he gives you a good AB off the bench. Obviously, he can run a little bit, steal a bag for you, play solid defense.
Two balls, two strikes.
Well, you get a sense of the game plan here for Lamb. He likes to start hitters with that fastball, kind of a cutter, little cut fastball in on the hands to open up the outside corner, and then he'll go soft.
Bruce coming in. He's got it, and the Cubs go down quietly in the second. 6 in a row retired by Lamb after the leadoff homer by Zobrist. Rocket arms. Cubs leading 1-0 here early. Month of June, only Michael Fulmer of the Tigers has put up a better earned run average than John Lester. Zach Greinke getting dialed in. How about Zach Davies of the Milwaukee Brewers?
I saw Davies really good one time last year, if I recall. Good changeup, crafty. John, final start here in the month of June. Perhaps could be pitcher of the month. Anthony Rizzo, favorite for player of the month.
Adam Duvall. Couple of hits, both doubles last night, knocked in 2. He leads the National League in slugging at 580. Is Brandon Phillips still working on his lower leg after fouling a ball off that area. Popped him up. Ross back of the plate, and he got a glove on it, in and out of the mitt, and he says, "My bad, John Lester." He'll be charged with an error.
Well, he's helped out Lester a lot, shutting down the running game this year. This is John's chance to return the favor.
Two and one.
Duvall, an aggressive sort, doesn't walk much. Strikes out quite a bit, but big time power.
Caesar got a late break, but he'll stay on his feet. Makes the running catch.
But no harm done. Just a couple extra pitches made for Lester after that dropped pop-up. Hey, the Cubs are the hottest ticket in town. Your best option for future games would be Monday through Thursdays with very limited availability on weekend games throughout the summer. Don't wait. Plan now. Visit Cubs.com.
Eugenio Suarez now batting 6th, playing 3rd. Big crowd tonight. And a lot of Cub fans here once again. Almost 32,000 in here last night, and they witnessed history.
Well, guys come into town, throw no hitters, have 3 home run games, creates a little buzz.
Cubs clinched the division here in 2007. They had to wait a couple of hours after the game to find out that they had clinched. Suarez thought he got hit by the pitch, but Mike Winters said no, and Brian Price wants to know.
Suarez reacted fairly quickly that he'd been hit by that pitch. I don't know if they'll be able to get a good enough look at it on replay to merit a challenge, and they are. Brian Price giving the hands to the ear signal.
So we will have a Forsythe Technology replay review. They will have to determine if there's conclusive evidence to support Brian Price's claim that it hit Suarez. It may have, but can you really tell?
I can't tell.
No.
Well, you know, we got all this technology now, and so instead of putting the headsets on, we should just immediately give Suarez a lie detector test. They're going to give him first base.
Yeah, I suppose there was a very slight.
Yeah, I usually judge it on the reaction of the player, and then normally when they react that quickly,
yeah, it
got a piece of them.
That looked like it hit him. Let's see here. That one you can't tell. That last one, though, it did look like it had an extra little change in direction. So Price will maintain his challenge, and here's Billy Hamilton, cornerman, ready to charge in if he bunts. He's 5 for 7 with a double and a homer against John Lester.
Yeah, I thought Price would have him up near the top of the batting order this evening against John. Trying to influence the game with his speed. I suspect at some point he would drop down a bunt. Makes Anthony Rizzo's job a little more difficult down there at first base. In that, against a guy like Hamilton, he would normally really be aggressive pinching in. But yeah, you can't abandon ship there too soon with Suarez at first.
Toward the middle. Baez steps on second, and a double play. One of the toughest guys to double up with his speed, but that ball took Baez right to second, and the inning is over. We go to the 3rd. It's 1-0 Cubs. The Cubs have the lead. John Lester getting some help from Javier Baez. It's only the 10th time in 342 Major League games Billy Hamilton is grounded into a double play.
Yeah, Baez is so clever out there. I think most guys are going to catch the ball, go to the bag, make the throw, but he goes ahead and plants his foot on the bag as he's receiving the ball, essentially eliminating a step. At least once a series, and usually once a night, Baez does something that makes you go, wow.
Former Red David Ross. Here's the 0-1 from Lamb, and Ross couldn't hold up. 0-2. We are getting a lot of Twitter hits on John Lamb. Is it General Custer? Is it Tommy Shaw from Styx? Is it Tanner from the Bad News Bears? You dropped a Bo Duke on him last night. Ground ball to Phillips.
Bo Duke combined with Bronson Arroyo, only left-handed.
The 1985 Bears were one of the most feared teams in NFL history. Now, as we remember the late, great Buddy Ryan relive his legendary defense, which led Chicago to Super Bowl glory. Bears Classic, the 46 encore presentation tonight at 11 on CSN Chicago. John Lester takes a strike.
John Lamb's grandfather was a longtime public address announcer in Southern California. Did the first Super Bowl, did Dodger games for a time, California Angels.
John Ramsey. Yeah. Lamb never got to meet his grandfather, who passed away a few months before his grandson was born. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So he has gotten locked in after that Zobrist home run.
On Tuesday, July 5th, Cubs play the Reds. First pitch will be at 1:20, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will receive a special Anthony Rizzo tarp catch bobblehead presented by Reynolds Wrap. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
A strike on Zobrist. 8 in a row retired since Ben hit the leadoff homer. That one deep again to left, off the wall. He just missed another one. Here's a throw to second. Tag is late. It's a double. So he's 40% of the way to a Chris Bryant night.
He's going to have himself a Bryant. This is a changeup, and squares it up nicely. Doesn't knock it out of the ballpark. Has to push hard to get into second base ahead of that throw from Duvall, who flashed a pretty strong arm in the ball game last night as well. Good outfield arms for the Reds with Duvall, Hamilton, and Bruce.
Two-out RBI chance for Hayward, and a strike.
Jason, a strikeout victim first time, was a little late on the fastball. Just a little late getting started. Maybe some deception in that delivery from Lamb, was way over on the first base side of the rubber.
I had said earlier Buddy Ryan was 82. That had been corrected. He was 85. And again, the defensive genius behind the 85 Bears.
He's about as close to being illegal as you can be with just the back foot in contact with the edge of the rubber there.
Swing and a miss to end the inning, as we remember Buddy Ryan. Bottom of the third, switch hitting catcher Ramon Cabrera, who's become John Lamb's personal catcher, will lead it off. Then Lamb, then Cozart.
Cabrera's dad played briefly in the big leagues with the Diamondbacks and had a long career in Japan and Venezuela.
First pitch swinging, fly ball center field, easy play, Caesar.
And his dad actually just retired, and he retired in an unusual way. He told his kid, and they were playing in the same league and playing against each other. He said, if I ever hit a home run in a game against your team, I'm going to retire on the spot. So there's Pops, Alex, trotting around the bases, and there's his son catching. A high five, and boom, off comes the jersey. His son, I don't think was, he just wanted to win the game. His son, who called the pitch and went for the home run.
Yeah, Alex spent a lot of time in the Cubs minor league system and then had a cup of coffee in the majors with Arizona before putting together a fine career in Japan. He hit 357 home runs in Japan, tied the single season mark at one point when he hit 55. Out of time for Bryant. 2 down. Hey fans, when you think mortgage in Chicago, think eClick Lending. Whether looking to purchase or refi, never pay lender fees with eClick Lending. Visit us online at eclicklending.com to lock in your low rate today. eClick Lending. Point, click, save. Strike one on the shortstop Cozart. The Reds have one hit. That was Brandon Phillips with a 2-out single in the first. Swing and a miss. Texas with a 2-0 lead in the Bronx in the third inning. Last night they had a rain delay in the 9th inning that went 3.5 hours. The Rangers came back and won the game 9-6. It ended at 2:44 a.m. local time.
It's the city that never sleeps.
Yeah, literally last night. And Joe Girardi was not real pleased with how it played out. Thought the game should have been delayed before the 9th inning. But the Yankees had the lead 6-5 in the 9th. Okay, so then they put the tarp on. If they had not finished the game, the Yankees would have won. The umpires did everything they could. Crew chief Paul Nauert was in charge to finish the game and give both teams an equitable situation, and the Rangers did come back and win the game.
Well, yeah, in the clip I saw, Joe actually had gone out during the top half of the 9th. Aroldis Chapman was pitching, and he went out in the rain basically to check on the mound to make sure conditions were such that they could continue playing. And it was at that point where the umpire said, you know what, let's just cover the field.
Cozart fouls off himself. Now, let's say it was 6-5 Yankees in the top of the 9th. Let's say the Rangers had scored twice to make it 7-6. Then they delayed the game. In that scenario, you could suspend it and finish it the next day. There is no rule that allows you to do that in the situation they were in last night. So it was either Yankees win or we waited out, and the umpires decided to wait. I guess there were about 100 fans left in the ballpark when the game ended. So here's Joey Votto after Cozart walked.
Seems like they should find a way in baseball to make sure every game is played to its completion. Suspended games or however you want to do it.
Well, it used to be if that game had been 6-6, they would have called it a tie and started the game over. That no longer exists. You can suspend a tie game and then finish it the next day. But I'm with you. And I think loosening the suspended game rules a little bit might allow a little more flexibility there. I guess the issue there is tickets, because if you start suspending games when you're delayed an hour and say we'll just finish tomorrow.
Well, yeah, and I mean,
got to figure out how to get
extreme,
fans into the park.
Yeah, it'd be kind of. I'm talking about in the extreme, and it's, especially in a one-run game like that in the 9th inning. If it's a 3-run game, whatever formula you want to use, just bang it. Game over, you win. In a 1-run game, that's why they waited so long, right? Because it was a 1-run game.
Votto in the air to left, deep but playable. It's Contreras, and that will end the inning. Well, Joe could tell you about suspended games, right? Rays and Phillies in the World Series. They had to kind of make up the rules as they went. 1-0 Cubs after 3. It's time for our Xfinity high-speed action. Let's enjoy some Chris Bryant. I love the reaction of Tucker Barnhart on these home runs.
Yeah, no doubter there. Barnhart trying to get the elevated fastball. It was a high fastball, not quite as high as Barnhart wanted it.
That was not his game bat, but I guess that young Cub fan, it was his birthday, and he had asked Chris during the game for an autograph, which Chris was unable to do. But the young fan waited around, and after Chris did the interview with us, he went and got a bat and handed it to the youngster. Left center, Duvall.
Yep. John Lamb just got away with one there. That was a bit of a hanging breaking pitch. But the off-speed nature, he takes so much off of that pitch, he can get away with some mistakes in the zone, I think. Could catch guys just a little bit out in front.
Pitch to Rizzo. Golfed high and deep to right. Bruce goes back. He is at the wall, and he's got it. Well, Rizzo had a couple of extra base hits last night, including a home run. Nearly hit another one, but he's 0 for 2.
The way the ball's been jumping out of here, I just assumed that one was going to leave.
Contreras struck out swinging on a changeup in the second. 67 miles an hour on a curveball that misses high. They are playing now in Washington. Lucas Giolito, his major league debut. That one swatted into center for a base hit.
So we had that shot of Lamb. Let's check on Baez doing his thing.
He ended up being called out, but almost avoided another tag. And a balk. Now Baez going, what in the world is going on here? Lamb gave that inside move as if there was a runner at second. He can do that now.
Yeah, no, he's just, maybe he was just practicing for this situation. A little brain cramp.
Going, I think I'm going to get away with that. Probably not.
But we noticed with the lefty up there, Hayward, how far to the first base side of the rubber he is with a righty. He does not position himself there. So he creates different angles, whether it's a left or right-handed hitter. Not many guys do that. It makes perfect sense to do it. I think most pitchers tell you they would have a hard time making pitches moving around on the rubber like that. But if you can pitch effectively doing it, it's a great weapon.
The old school stirrups. Three 3-0 to Javier Baez. Cubs lead 1-0. On the Zobrist leadoff homer. Cubs got a game back on their lead. Up 10 on the Cardinals going into play tonight. Cardinals lost last night in Kansas City.
Yeah, Royals knocked Adam Wainwright around pretty good.
Double-digit lead in the division. Michael Wacha, Yordano Ventura. Not yet underway. Off the end of the bat, popped up. It's the shortstop Cozart to end the inning. Midway in the fourth, Cubs 1, Reds nothing from Cincinnati.
Ever wonder what your pets think about, talk about, what they do when you're not home? This summer, the secret is out. From the humans behind Despicable Me comes The Secret Life of Pets in theaters on July 8th. Phillips, Bruce, and Duvall in the home fourth. Reds with one base hit. John Lester continues to rack up quality starts. Phillips solid single to center first time up, and then he hobbled down to first base because he whacked a foul ball off his ankle.
Called strike.
Well, 35 years of age. Reds apparently at one point had a deal made with the Nationals.
Oh, did it again.
He's getting no mercy from either dugout either. But he's a 10-5 guy, so he has no trade provision in his contract now. Clearly, they would like to move him. He is signed through next year.
That one off the arch. They're going right in there again, and he fouls it off.
Last time he was having a hard time running down the line. Now he's having a hard time even swinging in the bat.
Phillips trying to claim that ball hit him. Saying it bounced, it hit me, and then it hit David. Like Winter's not buying it. And Brian Price made.
And he's asking Brandon. He said, "Are you serious?" And Brandon said, "Yeah, ball hit me."
Two and two. In that Cardinal Royal matchup tonight, Yordano Ventura returning from his 8-game suspension. Noah Ledmy's Diaz in the Cardinal lineup. He fouled a ball off his face near the eye last night. Did you see it? I didn't see it. I think it hit the plate.
Yeah, it hit it either off the plate or the dirt around home plate. It bounced up and hit him just above the eye.
Phillips got a piece. Here's a 3-2. Top foul. So you see on the pitch tracks, I mean, this is just John Lester at his best, right? He just does not give in.
Delete all cookies. Just stays out of the middle.
He's the first pitch, half the ball caught the box. Everything else has been out of the proverbial strike zone, which is not official. It's whatever the umpire calls, but you get the idea. Sharply hit on the ground, backhanded Bryant.
Phillips put up a good fight despite all the pain he's endured. He's hung in there, saw a lot of pitches. Yeah, but that's looked at John's last start. I looked at the numbers. Batting average against him on 0-0 really low. And typically for most major league hitters, it's like 340 something. He just does not give in.
Bruce grounded out his first time up. Freddie Benavidez, the first base coach, gives that ball to a young Chris Bryant fan. Fly ball to center. Caesar's got it, 2 outs.
Batting average against John Lester on 0-0 counts is 227, which is at least 100 points below league average.
.351 is the major league batting average on the first pitch that's put in play. That 0-0 count. So yeah, he's been really good. 1-0 Cubs. He's been good tonight. Mooney, our Cubs insider all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich, serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Cubs lead 1-0 on a Ben Zobrist leadoff home run. Starting pitchers have pretty much dominated other than that one swing. Matt Caesar starting the Cubs fifth and takes a pitch outside for a ball.
And nice job by Lamb after the proceedings here last night. And then being greeted by that leadoff home run by Zobrist, you could see where that might unnerve him a little bit and cause him to get a little tentative, but that has not been the case.
He doesn't seem like he would be unnerved. Smooth,
that SoCal
calm delivery
vibe going.
Yep.
And that's obviously not just that's what we've been told about his personality. It's not just based on what we're seeing.
Caesar, fair ball, left field corner. He makes the turn towards second, and he's got a leadoff double. Cubs have 4 hits, 3 have gone for extra bases.
Chance to get a little something done here at the bottom of the order. Leadoff double by Caesar. He continues to impress.
Ball 1 on David Ross. Putting together a really good final season in the majors.
Contreras being up and Montero being back in action after missing a couple of days because of the knee. Ross has not played as much here, just 1 out of 4 on the trip coming into this ball game.
His 2 best home run seasons came as a Red, 21 in 06, 17 the following year in 07. And he played a career high 112 games, 348 plate appearances. And he fouls to left.
Yeah, that 06 season posted one of the best home runs per at bat ratios in Reds history. Wasn't an everyday player. Went deep once every 11 change ABs.
Left field, Duvall is over, and he'll get there in time. Caesar tags, goes about a third of the way, and then heads back to second. Not a bunting spot here with 1 out. And Caesar already in scoring position.
Yeah, and that's exactly why David Ross wasn't really trying to guide the ball to the right side or put a bunt down himself. With the pitcher coming up next, he's not trying to advance the runner, he's trying to drive the runner home.
You asked the question last night because Jake Arrieta hit a home run. Travis Wood came up later and did not hit a home run, but Aaron Charlton, from Stats, actually looked it up. You asked when was the last time the Cubs had two pitchers homer in the same game? It's happened one time in team history. It was August 28th, 1937. Charlie Root and Clay Bryant, who hit the 10th inning game-winning grand slam in the second game of a doubleheader. Ground ball, base hit. Caesar around third. Bobbled by Hamilton. Cubs lead 2-0. Cubs starters have 3 hits in this series. Arrieta had 2 last night. Lester with the RBI single here.
Going to cash in that leadoff double. Hamilton gets that cleanly. He might have a shot at Caesar, but probably not.
Lamb should throw over. Doesn't even have a 1-foot lead. Yeah, so it was the Cubs at the Boston Bees back in August of '37. So that was the Clay Bryant game. Last night we had the Chris Bryant game. Big night for Zobrist, a homer and a double. He swung the bat well last night, even though he only had 1 hit in 6 tries. Like a hot potato. She's like, somebody take this, please. Two and two the count. We'll try it again. Getaway day tomorrow. Kyle Hendricks and lefty Cody Reed.
They like Reed. He's a real good prospect.
3-2. And it's off to New York. Steven Matz was supposed to start tomorrow for the Mets in Washington. He has been pushed back to Thursday night against the Cubs. He's dealing with a bone spur in his elbow, as is Noah Syndergaard, as Zobrist strikes out, 2 gone. There will be a lot of media hype around that series this weekend.
No doubt.
Cubs went 7-0 against the Mets in the regular season, and then the Mets swept the Cubs in the NLCS. And from the far first base side of the rubber, flips up a curve at 66 for a strike to Hayward.
He's got to fight through it right now. Tell himself it only takes one. So far he's been mystified here by John Lamb.
2 balls, 2 strikes. John Lester with an RBI single to make it 2-0. He's at first. Chris Bryant is on deck. And he's run it full. Action time here with 2 outs. Swing and a miss, so he has fanned Hayward 3 times, but the Cubs now have a 2-0 lead.
Cubs take on the Reds at 1:20 as they celebrate 100 years of Cubs baseball at Wrigley Field. Up to the first 30,000 early arriving fans receive a 1916 Chicago Cubs replica throwback jersey presented by Ideal Industries Inc. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
John Lester working with a 2-0 lead, helping his own cause with an RBI hit. He'll face Suarez, Hamilton, and Cabrera. 1 hit for the Reds. Brandon Phillips in the opening inning. He has hit a batter and walked 1.
Right back trying to pound away at that outside corner. Down around the knees.
Broken bat line drive caught by Baez. As Lester vacated with a barrel flying near the mound. Hey, tonight after Cubs postgame live, stay with CSN for the latest news and reaction on the passing of legendary Bears coach Buddy Ryan and Tennessee women's basketball coach Pat Summitt. Plus stories, game recaps, and more on Sportsnet Central tonight after Cubs postgame live on CSN Chicago. Here's Hamilton. He hit into a 6-3 inning-ending double play in the second. Bryant and Rizzo way in already. Bottom of the zone and a strike.
Hamilton must feel like a quarterback when the other team's going to blitz. He looks up and sees everybody coming in. They're sending everybody. Corner guys weigh in. Zobrist cheating in a little bit.
Drives one out in the left center. Contreras on the run, makes a catch. Nicely done. That's a triple and maybe more if he doesn't catch it.
Yeah, there's no doubt 3. And then when any kind of a little misplay out there and he might circle the bases. Kid's having some fun.
Yeah, he always does. Cabrera flied to center in the 3rd. Ground ball on a hop. Rizzo will get it to Lester. Again, a sad day in sports. Buddy Ryan and Pat Summitt that passed away. Summitt just 64 years old. Two Reds, nothing, and we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching in West Liberty, Iowa on Liberty Communications. It's been all Cubs in this season series. 7-1 against Cincinnati. Bryant swings and misses a changeup. They've outscored the Reds 73-28, and almost half the Reds' runs came in their one win. One and two on Bryant, who was urged to take a curtain call after his third home run, and he wouldn't do it. Didn't want to show up the Reds in their own ballpark. It's not his style.
Yeah, very classy move on his part. I mean, had he done it, you could understand it, getting caught up in the moment with so many Cub fans here. But good for him.
0-2 to 3-2. Cubs have had a lot of great memories in this ballpark. Starlin Castro's major league debut. Jorge Soler, his debut. Bryant draws the walk to start the inning. Said, I'm not doing it. Jason Hayward said, go.
And then reacting to Rizzo's ball, yeah.
A home run very few people will remember. And it was launched. That's a strike. So the other kind of fun thing about last night was the ripped pants. And looks like he's got a new pair now. Oh, and 2. Cubs looking for their 50th win. Line drive the other way. Duvall can only play it on a bounce. 2 on, nobody out.
A good 2-strike approach by Anthony, especially against a lefty.
He's got a 9-game hitting streak now.
Short and sweet, foot down, all about the hands.
Mark Riggins, the Reds pitching coach, will head to the mound.
Dan Straley, the starter for the Reds last night, lasted just 3 2/3 innings, allowed 7 runs, so the bullpen had to cover a lot. They gave up some damage. It's been a historically bad year for the Reds bullpen. Starters haven't been particularly good, but the bullpen has been really bad.
Jumbo Diaz getting loose. Nice night to be out on the river. Contreras, the hitter, 1 for 2. Bryant at second, Rizzo at first, nobody out.
Contreras hitting .379 now. He was batting .350 down at AAA. Solid single last time up.
One and one. Clayton Kershaw was sent back to Los Angeles. Dodgers are on a road trip. He's got some back issues, so he'll be checked out by team doctors.
Yeah, apparently that's been bothering him for quite a while. This is really interesting what this kid Lamb is doing here. He had been working from the extreme first base side of the rubber up until this pitch.
Up the middle behind second, backhanded by Phillips. They turn it. Wow. 4-6-3 as Phillips and Cozart get together. And Contreras thinks he was safe, so he's standing on first base, but it didn't look like it was that close to me. I could be wrong. I have been wrong before.
Out there, he definitely got the bag. Bang bang are there. They're not going to challenge. Out.
So runner at third, 2 outs. And Lamb will go back to the windup. Curve strike on the inside corner. Rays have placed their closer Alex Colomé on the DL. Medial biceps tendonitis. Colomé. 0-2 to Baez.
Lamb flipping that slow curveball up there. I don't know if I were Chris Bryant, if I would be coming too far down that third baseline with Baez taking that big hack.
Look out. Futures game rosters announced, and Cubs will be represented by Jeimer Candelario and Eloy Jimenez in San Diego.
And Candelario was promoted earlier this year from AA to AAA. He really didn't put up good numbers at AA, but he's been really swinging it well at AAA. Did a nice job for the Cubs in spring training. Good looking young player, and Jimenez has had a monster year. He's the second youngest player at that Futures game.
Popped up. We love the MLB.com headline. Basically said Futures game roster chock full of prospects. Which,
yeah, that's kind of
you would
by
hope.
definition what it's supposed to be.
Right. Lamb gets out of it.
The Home Run Derby on July 11th, 7 Central, and the very next night, don't miss baseball's biggest stars at the 87th All-Star Game presented by MasterCard. Coverage begins at 6:30 Central on the 12th.
John Lamb has kept his team close. Cubs put the first 2 on in the top of this 6th inning, but he didn't give up any runs. Tyler Holt bats for Lamb, and foul tips for a strike.
Yeah, Lamb was good tonight.
Yep. Quality start. 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs. A walk, a balk, 7 Ks in the home run to start it. Raisel Iglesias was their opening day starter. He is now in the bullpen, and looks like he'll be the next man up in the 7th. Ryan Price, a former minor league pitcher and a longtime pitching coach, is the Reds manager. And of all things a manager wants, he wants a dependable bullpen. So this has had to, this has to be a very difficult year for him, knowing that every night he's got to go
turn. You don't know what, who you can rely on.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Might have been Whitey Herzog, one of those old school managers, said that the manager needs a good sense of humor and a good bullpen.
Yep. That is only Lester's 2nd strikeout tonight. Here's Cozart. blasts one way foul to the second level.
Couple of punch outs, one walk, a hit batter. So pitch count not really an issue for John. He has made 15 starts. Well, this is number 16. In the 15 previous starts, he's allowed 1 or no runs 11 times. He's allowed more than 3 only once. That was the start in San Francisco. He allowed 5 in 2 2/3. So take that one off the ledger, and he's got an ERA of 1.69 prior to tonight.
Cued off the end of the bat, foul on a curve. Back foot cutter and nearly literally hit the back foot.
A screamer. John 3 times an All-Star. Hard to imagine him not being an All-Star this year. 2010, 2011, and 2014 he made the All-Star team.
He struck him out. Back to back. Holt and Cozart start the Red sixth.
Well, probably a little bit off that outside corner, but David Ross is set up out there. Frames the pitch nicely.
Votto has lined out and flied out. 2 homers in game 1.
Votto's numbers off this year. Been swinging it better lately. One of the reasons his numbers against lefties are way down. He's a guy who's never really been bothered by left-handed pitching. The .189 against southpaws coming into this ball game. Career 290 something against lefties.
Lester with a patented double take. He thinks it should be a strike and is not. 3-1. Here it is. Strike 2. Payoff delivery. High drive, center field and deep. Caesar to the wall. Matt's got it. Inning over. They go down 1-2-3 for the 3rd consecutive inning. It's still 2-0 Cubs. Follow In-Game Live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Play a little table tennis later?
Why not?
Come on, guys, you gonna play or just sit around and wait? Let's go.
Marcel Iglesias started the year in the rotation. Made 5 starts, went on the DL with impingement in his throwing shoulder. He's come off to make 2 relief appearances. One of them was a 3.45 ERA for Iglesias. Seems like everybody on their staff has either been demoted or on the DL at some point.
So the easy thing to say would be the ball is not carrying as well tonight as it was last night, right? Rizzo flied to the warning track. Votto sounded like a home run. So he sent Caesar to the wall.
It was hotter last night.
Yep. Swing and a miss. Sidearm fastball.
Iglesias draws comparisons to Orlando Hernandez, El Duque. Part of the reason why is that last pitch gives you a lot of funk, different angles.
6'2", 185. Yeah, he wears the same number 26 as El Duque. He is 26. Called strike 3, 95, and well located.
After a couple of drop down pitches, he comes right over the top and throws a dart to the outside corner at 95 miles per hour. Great execution. Not much Caesar can do about that.
Here's Ross.
High expectations for Iglesias coming into the season, coming off a debut year in which he made 16 starts, pitched to a 4.15 ERA, but he had very good strikeout numbers.
Awkward swing by David. It's 1-2. Reds have the 3rd worst record in baseball, 29-48. They're in last in the Central, 21 back of the first place Cubs. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It'll bring up Lester.
It wasn't that long ago that the Reds were a postseason team. 2013, they were a wild card. The year before, they won the division. 2014, they ended up 10 games below 500. Then last year, 64-98.
Only the Phillies had a worse record. Battled injuries. It was their first last place finish since 1983. That snapped the longest active streak of non-last place finishes among all the major sports teams. You know who the current leader now is?
I'm going to go with
all 4 sports.
All 4 sports.
Team that has not finished last the longest. It was 1987 the last time this team finished in last.
The Quebec Nordique.
They don't exist anymore. They're now in Denver. Colorado Avalanche. The San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, the Spurs, yeah, they've been pretty good.
In the dirt.
They haven't thrown the scoreboard stumper up there yet, have they? We'll try to catch the scoreboard stumper when we're here.
Lester strikes out. Iglesias fans the side. 2-0 in the 7th.
Thursday, July 20th, sit ringside with Joe Madden and Cub players for the second annual Respect 90 main event at the Wintrust Bank Building in Chicago. We'll feature several youth boxers at various skill levels, as well as a special main event bout. A portion of the proceeds will benefit youth boxing programs in Chicago's underserved communities. To buy tickets or table, visit Cubs.com/Madden.
John Lester working on a gem tonight. Through 6, he's allowed 1 hit and no runs. Scoreboard stumper here is a tough one. I will give it to you. Guessing you're not going to get all 5. Okay. Since 1975, rookies have hit 300 or higher with a minimum of 100 hits while playing for the Reds. Can you name?
Oh my goodness.
5. Yeah, it's really hard.
There's too much nuance in that question.
There's Brandon Phillips. He has their only hit. You want the answer?
Joey Votto.
Nope. There is not a current Red on the list. Bernie Carbo, Dan Dreesen, Hal Morris, Austin Kearns, and Norris Hopper.
Norris Hopper. Good name.
Yep. That wasn't that long ago for Hopper.
No Pokey Reese, huh?
Nope.
Not even a Paul Householder?
Hopper did it in 2007. Ground ball to the shortstop, Baez. 1 out.
That's a win for Phillips. He didn't foul the ball off his ankle. He's not running particularly well. What a difference a day makes, huh?
Yeah, totally different feel. It was 11-8 last night.
One of those nights because John has been so good. It feels like a bigger lead than it really is. So, the Reds in their mindset and their dugout is, hey man, we're a bloop and a blast away from tying this thing.
One and one. 35,999 in the ballpark. We got great deals on new cars. 35,999. No money down.
Hello friends, Tom Parks for the Auto Mall.
Zobrist charges and makes the play.
Just 3 strikeouts for John here tonight, but not a lot of solid contact from the Reds hitters. Kept them off stride, kept the ball off the barrel of the bat.
Here's Duvall. Curve at 72 for a strike. Popped up on the infield. John Lester has not allowed a base runner since he hit Suarez in the 2nd inning. 2-0 after 7. Hefty home run. Go ahead blast. First batter of the game, Ben Zobrist to left.
At the top hand through that high cutting fastball. That was his 10th on the year.
Correction, the last Reds base runner was a Cozart walk in the 3rd, so 13 straight. Retired by John Lester. I think his mindset right now is I'm going to finish tonight. He's at 86 pitches through 7. Left-handed this time against the righty Iglesias, and a foul strike. Iglesias has struck out 4 now, and that's 11. So is it free pizza or something? A really
I think
big
it is,
cheer.
Yeah, it's free something. Yep, free pizza. They're just now making the announcement. Very exciting. Who doesn't get excited about free pizza? Well, I'll tell you one guy who's not excited about free pizza. It's the guy in the batter's box right now, because Jason has struck out all 3 times tonight.
One. 2-1. Hamilton, check that, the shortstop, Cozart. Hamilton went back on that ball, so I'm watching him, and the shortstop made the catch.
Yeah, Hamilton saw the big swing, saw the ball off the bat, and completely misread it.
As did I.
Me too.
Fooled me.
I was thinking that was a Hamilton play. So, well, there's a step in the right direction off Iglesias, a ball in play.
Bryant 0 for 2 with a walk. In the dirt.
Cleveland and the Braves are tied 2-2. Corey Kluber had a no-hitter going for a while in that ball game. Cleveland looking for their 11th consecutive win, something they haven't done since the early 80s.
They're the hottest team in baseball. 5-game lead in the AL Central going into action today.
Yeah, most of the compelling races are with the wild card. The division leaders pretty comfortable. Baltimore right now 4.5 better than Boston. Cleveland is getting some separation, 5 better than Kansas City. Rangers big over the Astros. Giants 7 better than the Dodgers out west.
98. Iglesias has been spot on here since he started the 7th in relief of John Lamb. Three, 2 to Bryant. He walked him. Raining again in Washington. They're in the 4th. Nationals lead the Mets 1-0. So depending on how long that delay goes, that could end the night for both Lucas Giolito in his major league debut and Matt Harvey, who's pitching for the Mets. Rangers look to be on their way again. 4-0 in the 8th. at the Yanks. Cole Hamels 7 shutout innings so far. 3 hits each for Desmond and Beltre. Adrian Beltre with a home run off CC Sabathia in the first. Rizzo hits it way up in the air. And it's Cozart in the outfield grass. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. John Lester has dominated tonight. He's leading 2-0 on only 1 hit. Okay, Cap, thank you. Breaking ball strike. Lester to Suarez.
Pitch has been a good weapon for John as the game has moved on. That get over curveball for strike 1.
Bouncing ball. Bryant.
How do you get to Wrigley Field? The Cubs suggest taking public transportation. The Cubs offer a free bike check now located by the Addison Red Line station for drivers. The Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For information, visit the A to Z guide at Cubs.com.
Happy 41st wedding anniversary to Don and Kathy. ... Don't have a last name. But if that's your name and you're celebrating a 41st wedding anniversary, we hope it's a great one. There may be more than one couple named Don and Kathy celebrating a 41st.
Pretty good chance.
Yeah. We often get requests and they never give us a last name.
You know who you are.
Right. It's like, hey, send out a happy birthday to Joe. Doesn't always quite work, but Rizzo, Bryant are in, and Hamilton looks at ball 2. 2-1.
And congratulations to the McFarlands on the birth of their twins, Clark and Addison.
Really?
Yeah. Check out that
I like
picture.
it. Oh, beautiful. Fouled back.
I thought for sure at some point tonight Billy Hamilton would try to push a bunt out towards John Lester, but apparently that's not in his game plan. It would make more sense if he were near the top of the order and had a couple sluggers behind him, especially in this situation down 2.
Lester pounding the outside. Right on cue. Aaron says to wish you a happy birthday. So Aaron, hope it's a good one. Pulled foul. Look out. Camera well beyond the Cubs dugout. And lastly, happy birthday to some guy. That was also requested. Hamilton giving him a battle. Well, you said it. Feels like it's about 8-0, but if the Reds get a runner, the tying run will come to the plate.
Yeah, it's kind of like a football game that you know 10-0 score, and one team's defense is just dominating. The other team can't move the ball, so you get the sense that they can't score. But we know the nature of baseball, things can turn in a hurry, especially in a park like this.
That is gone. Billy Hamilton with his second career homer against John Lester. And it's 2-1.
So it's Hamilton who's providing the power, not being the on-base guy. Like, never mind the bunt.
th career homer for Hamilton. Second this year off Lester. He homered at Wrigley Field in April.
6 out of 10 now against John in his career. Not a huge sample size, but 6 out of 10 with a couple of home runs will get your attention. Your forward home run replay, and we've got a 1-run game.
Now, you don't think home runs when you think Billy Hamilton, you think stolen bases. His first career homer was off Jeff Samardzija, who was then a Cub in this ballpark, 2014. Now it's a one-swing game. And 1-1 on Cabrera. It's number 100 for John. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
If you had to guess what position Cabrera plays based on his body in that uni, you would say catcher, right? He's kind of Deano Navarro-like.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Well, he just humps up and fires that high fastball by him.
Here's Jose Peraza in the pitcher's spot. Well, so far it's been the Reds bullpen keeping them in the game. One guy, Iglesias, to 2 scoreless, hitless innings, keeping the Cubs at 2. Bryant can't get it. Baez only able to knock it down, and Peraza's aboard with a hit. And it'll bring up Cozart.
Just beyond the reach of Bryant, off the glove of Baez. If he gets it cleanly with his arm, who knows? Maybe he gets him. Peraza runs quite well. He's got 6 steals this year. He has not been caught. a decision that Brian Price has got to make. Does he try to play the running game here or just let Cozart swing? Cozart certainly capable of providing some power. He's at 11 home runs this year.
Looks like if it gets to the bullpen, it's going to be starter to closer tonight. Here comes the manager. So John clearly wanted to stay in, but Joe's going to go with Hector Rondon to get the final 4 outs. Seasonings call to the pen. Call grilling flavor up to the bigs. Here's Hector Rondon. He got the final out last night in a non-save spot. And he's in the 8th tonight.
Yeah, you know, he's not racking up big save numbers because there haven't been that many opportunities. Otherwise, he's probably an all-star as well. But it's kind of flying beneath the radar because he hasn't posted those huge save numbers. But he's been awfully good. And clearly John Lester didn't want to come out of this ball game, and you can say, well, you got a left-handed hitter in Votto on deck. But Joe Madden doesn't want it to get to Votto. He's got 2 outs. He's got Cozart up there. And right, left, or otherwise, I got no problem with not giving Joey Votto 4 looks at one pitcher in the ball game.
Strike on Zach Cozart. 2-1 ball game. There goes Peraza, and Cozart fouls.
It's so important to throw strike one in that sequence. Hitter can't afford to take a strike to let that guy try to steal a base.
Runner goes, and he's going to get second. He's going to round second and stay there. Ball got away from Ross. Stolen base.
Rondon just humps up and throws a high fastball. David can't handle it. Peraza probably has the base stolen anyway. So, initially in this sequence with a man on first, you're thinking, well, let's make sure we pitch away from slugging. Don't give him anything he can jerk out of the ballpark. Now base hit ties the game, so that thinking changes a little bit.
On the right field line. Hayward over. Rizzo there. Did he catch it? He did! Oh, what a play by Rizzo to end the inning. He loves that tarp, doesn't he?
He didn't have to climb it this time. Beautiful play. Huge play.
Anthony Rizzo. Well, that's 2 on this trip. Baez in Miami, Rizzo here in Cincy. Now time for the Cubs' upcoming game schedule. It's brought to you by Travel Wisconsin. Plan your fun today at travelwisconsin.com. One more here in Cincinnati. It's Kyle Hendricks for the Cubs and Cody Reed. Cubs have not faced him yet, but they will tomorrow. And then 3 night games and a Sunday matinee in New York.
Well, the Reds have tried numerous options in the closer's role right now. That job belongs to the left-hander Tony Cingrani. It's obviously not a safe situation, but pitching well of late. .13 ERA over his last 8. He has converted 6 of his last 7 save opportunities. 9 out of 14 on the year with a 3.74 ERA. Fastball, slider, changeup.
Fouled away by Contreras. What a play by Rizzo.
Cingrani, 26 years of age, from the Chicago area.
Into Lincoln Way Central High in New Lenox. Ground ball right to Phillips. Barely had to move his feet. So well positioned. One out.
Cub fans, join the Cubs season ticket holder waiting list. Do it today. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy and it's free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Baez fouls.
Cingrani, a third-round pick by the Reds in June of 2011 out of Rice University. Found himself in the big leagues the very next year. His 3 appearances in 2012. Next year he made 18 starts, 5 relief appearances, was 7-4 with a 292, and it looked like he was on his way.
Baez went way up out of the zone. 1-2.
Battled some control issues, had some injury problems. As I mentioned, he's still just 26 years old. Got a good arm. He's sneaky too, kind of long, slow arm action, and then boom, kind of explodes at you.
Reds will have Votto, Phillips, Bruce in the bottom of the 9th against Hector Rondon.
Javi's either going to need to get a stool or not swing anymore at that fastball.
Drilled to center. And Hamilton on the back pedal makes the catch. Here's Caesar with Ross on deck, and if this inning continues a little longer, Rondon may get in it back because he is in that 9 spot. Catcher just hands a ball to the ump these days, right? Pitch hits the dirt, no hesitation. Batters used to have to ask.
And the umpires used to look it over and sometimes keep the ball in play. That never happens either.
Chopper to Phillips. So Iglesias and Cingrani combined for 3 scoreless, hitless innings, and giving the Reds a chance. Rondon back to the mound. York for the first time since last year's NLCS. John Lackey. Well, he's got his game face on already, doesn't he? Join us for the first pitch at 6 on CSN Chicago. Almora now playing center. Caesar to left. So Contreras is out.
Well, there you go. One-run game. Joey Votto at the plate. So dangerous because of his on-base ability and the slugging. And really good against Rondon. 6 out of 9 with a double and a home run, plus a couple of walks.
Here we go. Ball 1. Ball 2.
Oh man, it's all about the process. He's just not happy with the way he reacted to that pitch, the way he took the pitch.
That was a home run swing, and he fouled it back. It's 2-1. Playable. Almora, edge of the track. Here's Phillips, who's had an eventful night. Fouled a couple of balls off his front foot. For a while there, he had the only Reds hit, which was a first inning single. Now they have 3 total. And if Rondon can hit that spot the rest of the night, Reds won't touch him. The wind in the 0-2. Ooh, that hit Phillips, and he just
He's taking a beating here tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah, he probably will feel like a catcher does after this game. Yeah, happy 35th birthday, Brandon Phillips. Where to get him? Glancing blow off the ribs, maybe.
Yeah, a lot of run on the 2-seam fastball. No chance for Phillips to get out of the way. Now Jay Bruce steps up there, representing the winning run. Man,
Phillips needs an extra second.
right in the rib cage.
Swinging strike 1. Strike two.
David initially called for the inside fastball. Hector opted not to try to go in there.
Ground ball into right. Well, here is a factor. Phillips clearly not 100% right now. I'm not saying just anybody would have made third, but if Brandon Phillips hadn't hit those balls off his feet and then taken one in the ribs, he might have been able to get to third.
Yeah, and just watching him run, clearly it was, it wasn't his intention to even think about pushing for it. And with Hayward out there, and as quickly as that ball got out there, it's probably the right play anyway.
So that helps the Cubs keep the tying run from third, but he is in scoring position. So it's Chris Bosio and the entire infield, along with Rondon, against Adam Duvall.
Well, nothing for 3 tonight. 0 for 3 in his career against Hector.
James Olsen celebrating his 75th birthday and watching from San Jose, California, hoping the Cubs can hang on tonight, leading 2-1 here in the ninth, trying to get this road trip back to 500. 2-3 through the first 5. As Rondon works to Duvall. Ball 1.
Ooh, my goodness.
He's right.
Wow. Just made a tough league tougher.
Anxious as Duvall went after a pitch well out of the zone. So I suppose it evens out. They say that it evens out. I'm not sure it always does. One and two.
I just wish they would give umpires mulligans on called balls and strikes, because I guarantee you there are times when they make a call and immediately they go, you know what, I blew that one. Upon further review, that pitch was a strike. I just blew it. Staying with the heater, or does he try a slide ball?
Called strike 3. 2 down.
There's maybe the even up. Little run back to the outside corner, borderline. And again, David Ross sitting out there, very quiet with the hands.
Still not out of the woods. It's Eugenio Suarez hit by pitch. He's lined out and grounded out. 1 out of 6 in the series. Phillips at second, tying run. Bruce at first, winning run. Base hit. Phillips to third. Billy Hatcher is going to send him. Here comes a throw by Caesar. Safe. We're tied. The throw was to the left of home plate. Phillips slid to the inside or fair territory, and he got in.
Caesar got on that ball in a hurry, gets off a strong throw a little bit up the line, and that was a difference maker. Diving attempt by David Ross. Phillips banged up and all, able to cross home plate with the tying run.
You know, it's interesting, JD. You could see Billy Hatcher third. He had maybe a little more time than normal because Phillips wasn't running quite as fast as he normally does. And I think with 2 outs, Hatcher just thought, I got to send him.
That's a got it. You cannot throw up a stop sign there.
How did Brandon Phillips get around the bases? As you said, they had a shot.
Yeah, well, Caesar's at the ball before Phillips actually gets to third base, or almost simultaneously.
Now, got to get out of this inning and get it to the 10th. And it's Hamilton who put the Reds on the board in the 8th. That was a great slide by Phillips. One and one. Here it is. And it's a strike. Obviously now the infielders, they got to keep the ball on the infield.
Yep, belly play, got to leave your feet.
Keep Brewers from trying to score. Even if Hamilton gets an infield hit, you want to make them pick up 2 hits here to win it. Two and two. Tough no decision for John Lester. 7 2/3, 1 run on 3 hits. Three and two.
Yeah, Lester outstanding again here tonight.
Runners go. Popped up. Bryant makes the catch, and we're going to go to extras. The Reds get 1 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th to tie it. It's 2-2. Thanks. Feed your wild side. Tenth inning. Blown save for Hector Rondon. His third missed opportunity. Suarez, the lowest batting average of the Reds, who hit in that ninth inning, comes up with the game-tying RBI single. Cingrani continues on. So the Cubs have to get to this bullpen, which they have not done to this point.
The challenge against Cingrani is to try to get that fastball down where you can handle it.
Cubs 2-2 in extras. The Reds are 2-4. David Ross leading off with Addison Russell on deck for Rondon.
David perhaps making the point that's where Rondon's pitch was in the last half.
Cingrani wanted it, didn't get it. Check that, it was a 2-1, now 3-1 on David Ross.
Let it eat.
Right field, and ooh, that was almost fair. It was foul, but a lot closer than I think everybody here thought.
Yeah, Votto had to go a long way, and Bruce kind of didn't necessarily quit on the ball, but
that thing landed 6 inches foul.
It did.
So 3-2 now on Ross.
John, don't get in there till you're ready, big fella.
Ball 4, leadoff walk. Now Russell announced.
Addy's really struggled against left-handed pitching this year.
Looks like it'll be Justin Grimm in the bottom of the 10th.
Capable of getting on top of that high fastball, though.
Votto's going to throw to second, and they get Ross.
Not a bad bunt. A good play by Votto, and David doesn't run particularly well. Tough to get an aggressive lead against a lefty with a good move.
Zobrist Started the game with a home run. He doubled in the third. He has struck out twice since. RBIs for the Cubs. The homer by Zobrist and the RBI single by Lester. That made it 2-0 in the fifth. The Reds answering with the Hamilton homer in the eighth and the Suarez game tying single in the ninth. Bounce to Phillips. He'll get Zobrist. Russell at second with 2 outs. Quiet night for Hayward, but an RBI chance here. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Rangers beat the Yanks 7-1. Indians won again 5-3 in Atlanta. Look out, Hayward almost got hit. Indians have won 11 straight. Cole Hamels got the win for Texas. He's 9-1 with a .260. We'll see the Rangers at Wrigley Field right after the break.
Not a real comfortable at bat for a left-handed hitter with all the high fastballs he throws. Slings it up there, works under the ball.
Three and 0 with Bryant on deck. No hits. He has walked twice tonight. Ball 4. 2 walks in the inning.
Yeah, and that's always been a concern for Cingrani. Pretty high walk rate. And clearly he had the matchup advantage there, but didn't take advantage of it. Now he's got to deal with Chris Bryant. Or not. Double switch time.
Josh Smith for Cingrani in the 10th. We'll be back. Time for the Weber sauces and seasonings call to the pen. Call grilling flavor up to the bigs. Here's righty Josh Smith.
Yeah, certainly a high leverage situation for the young right-hander. He's been in 10 ball games. He's been effective with a 2.40 ERA. One of 19 Reds to make their major league debut between last year and this. He was up part of last season. He made 7 starts and a couple relief appearances. Pitched to a 6.89 ERA with Cincinnati last season.
Ivan DeJesus Jr. is in at third as part of a double switch. So Suarez is out.
Lots of breaking stuff from Smith. Curveballs and sliders.
The pitch to Chris Bryant is hit on the ground foul past third. Russell the go-ahead run at second. Hayward is at first. 2 walks in the inning. Smith from Boca Raton, Florida, went to Lipscomb University in Nashville. His 0-1 is taken for ball 1, 1-1.
He's working as a starter at AAA. Made 8 starts down there. He's been mostly a starting pitcher throughout his minor league career.
Popped up by Bryant. Foul territory. And Cabrera puts it away, and the Cubs strand 2. We go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 2.
Justin had a rough go of it this year. And, most recently, Joe's kind of tried to take him out of some high leverage situations, but when you get into a situation like this one, you don't have that kind of flexibility. Stuff has been good. Command's just been a little wobbly.
Catcher Cabrera, then DeJesus, then Cozart due for Cincinnati. Two runs, 6 hits, an error for the Cubs. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Reds. Each team with a home run. Zobrist in the first, his 10th. Hamilton in the 8th, his 3rd. Cabrera's a switch batter, wide open stance. We should call that like the Abbey Road stance. Like he's
striding across the road.
Yeah, caught mid-walk. 1-1 the count.
Doesn't hit for power. He's not homered in the big leagues this year. He had one last year in 30 plate appearances. He did not have any home runs down at AAA this year.
We see that curve sometimes, 83, 84. That one at 80 miles an hour from Justin.
He'll make it a little bigger when he's trying to find the strike zone with it, and then he'll make it a little shorter, a little sharper, and a little harder when he's going for the swing and miss.
Called strike 3.
David Ross keeps his hand back to allow that breaking ball to come to him instead of reaching for it.
De Jesus, his first plate appearance, just came in as part of a double switch to play third. Strike. 1-1. Final in Detroit. Tigers beat the Marlins 7-5. Fastball off the outside corner. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Giancarlo Stanton continues to heat up. He homered and knocked in 3 on 3 hits tonight. He was the DH for Miami. Miguel Cabrera among 3 Tigers to homer. He struck him out looking. Back-to-back Ks for Grimm.
Cabrera not happy with the third strike call on him. The breaking pitch, this time the fastball appeared to be off the outside corner, but we've seen this a few times now from Mike Winters. Cozart was rung up on a similar pitch back in the 6th.
Ball 1 to Cozart. Here's the 1-1. It's a strike. Curved at 84. Two and two. Votto on deck. Early game tomorrow before the Cubs head to New York. See the Reds again next week at Wrigley. Broken bat, fly ball out in the center. Almora to end the inning. Justin Grimm with some fine work. And that'll take us to the 11th in a 2-2 tie. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Back here on the river in Cincinnati. Anthony Rizzo will step in. 11th inning, 2-2 our score.
Cincinnati named after the Roman warrior, farmer / warrior, citizen warrior of Cincinnatus.
Known as the Queen City.
Yeah, it had a funky name before that. And the mayor in the late 1700s changed the name to Cincinnati because he was a member of the Society of Cincinnati, which was made up of Revolutionary War generals.
And it's fun to say Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's the old-time baseball people. Cincinnati.
2-0 on Rizzo. Reds have been a resilient bunch in this series. They came back and made it tight before the Cubs ultimately pulled away late last night. And they have gotten this one to extras with a couple of late runs tonight.
Smith able to get that ball in on Anthony a little bit, and a scary pitch for Smith. 2-0 to Rizzo.
Carl Edwards Jr. up in the Cubs bullpen. Inside, 3-1. Albert Almora Jr. on deck.
No doubt you love Rizzo in RBI situations, but you love him leading off an inning too because of that. Pitchers have to be so careful. One swing could change the ball game, of course, with Rizzo up there, and present such a small strike zone for such a big man because he's right on top of the plate.
And it will not be Almora. It'll be Chris Coghlan instead. Runner at first, nobody out. The pitch. Ball one.
Smith will hang him a little breaking ball here. Chris could whack it through that hole on the right side, and Rizzo could go to third base.
Jesus in on the grass at third. The bullpen has not been good this year. They've been terrific tonight. Iglesias, Cingrani, and Smith.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a decision with Iglesias at some point in the future as to whether he's going to stay in the bullpen or become a starter again.
That's picked by Votto. They get one. Relay not in time. So he made the short hop stab. Got the lead man at second, but they could not get Coghlan.
Coghlan took a shot at that hole, but obviously not able to do that. A good play by Votto, and Anthony having to hesitate a little bit. Votto might have had time to go back to the bag and then make the throw to second base. But that's a play where you absolutely have to make sure you nail that lead runner.
Baez with Coghlan now at first. Swing and a miss. So Coghlan into the game probably means he'll go to left. Caesar will head back to center with Almora now out.
Trying to be a hero there. Starting early, pulling off.
Smith has a sign. And now the pitch, and Baez with an emergency swing. Stay alive. He got him on the breaking ball. Baez in swing mode. Two gone. Here's Caesar. Inside, ball one.
Who hit the home run off Chapman here? Somebody off the bench a couple years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
One of the young guys.
Hang on. Russell hit one. Phillips. Close, but they got him. Addison Russell hit one last year.
Yep. For some reason I have this image of Caesar in this ballpark hitting a heroic home run, but
no.
That was the other Caesar, Tom Caesar.
2-2.
Old right-hander for the Mets.
Taylor Teagarden had a big hit against Chapman last year.
That's probably what I'm thinking of.
Not a home run.
It felt like a home run.
Right, it did.
Felt
yes.
heroic.
Yes. Coughlin stays in and plays left. Caesar started the game in center, went to left, and now is back in center.
Well, here comes Carl Edwards Jr. Boy, this is a interesting situation for him. Limited experience, and he's got to deal with Votto and company here in the bottom of the 11th. Pressure, absolutely. Opportunity, chance to prove yourself under trying circumstances here.
Lester, Rondon, Grimm, and now Edwards for the Cubs. Here we go. Ball one. Inside, 2-0.
Work up in the strike zone with fastballs, four-seamers, a little cutting action, mid-90s. Curveball and a change, long loose arm action, high three-quarters.
In the air, and it's Hayward in right center to make the grab. Brandon Phillips on his 35th birthday.
Shin bone, instep, rib cage.
That hit by pitch, though, loomed large because he would come around eventually to score on a great slide, the tying run in the ninth. '97 from Edwards. Newcomer Joel Peralta on the left. Trevor Cahill is on the right. '97, '95, '96. His first three pitches to Phillips.
Yeah, David Ross, I think, just maybe not real comfortable calling for the breaking pitch here for fear that he'll make a mistake. So just there's a lot of adrenaline pumping out there for the young kid. Sometimes those field pitches can be tough to master in a situation like this.
Phillips stays alive on that riser.
There's the breaking ball. Bounce it, see if we'll chase.
Boy, he just blew it past him, a little bit off the outside. 2 down.
Always a safe place to go, down and away, especially with Mike Winters calling that wide zone here tonight.
Jay Bruce. 0-1. He's 1 out of 4. Blake Wood. Right now just watching, but he had been getting loose. Swing and a miss. Bruce strikes out. And he really wants to avoid that tag. Inning over. 2-2 as we head to the 12th. Nice work by Grimm and Edwards. So the Cubs will bat here against Josh Smith. Strike to Ross. Bounce to third, picked on the short hop by De Jesus, and he gets him. Miguel Montero now. So he will bat for Edwards.
Well, real nice work by Carl Edwards. 3 up, 3 down, a couple of punch outs. If he was unnerved by the moment, he didn't display it.
0-2. And that was some impressive work by Mr. Edwards. And Justin Grimm now has had, what, 3 good ones in a row?
Gave up a run in one of those outings in Miami.
Yeah, he did. You're right. Yep. Yeah, he was charged with a run after he left. It was that Prado 3-run double off Concepcion. Ground ball toward the middle. It'll be Cozart on the other side of second to make the play. 2 down. Here's Zobrist.
Cozart pretty smooth out there. He was cheating that way to begin with. Glided over, scooped it up.
One strike on Ben.
About 3.5 hours ago, he hit a home run.
He did. First batter of the game, in fact. One and two. So the Cubs with a 4-man bench. They've all been used tonight. Coghlan, Almora, Russell, Montero. Russell and Almora are out of the game. And on the hands of Zobrist.
Brian Price is down to Tucker Barnhart.
Cubs have a lot of bullpen left. And Phillips will get it. Smith to first. That'll go 4-1 as he got over there quickly ahead of Zobrist. The Cubs don't have a hit since the 6th inning, and it's still 2-2. Cincinnati 2-2 Cubs Reds. New battery for the visitors. Montero, who pinch hit, will stay in and catch. Sinker baller Trevor Cahill try to get this one into the 13th.
Well, let's check in on Trevor here. 29th appearance, 1 and 2 with a 276 earned run average. Yielding just a 194 batting average. Righty's a $188, left-handers 205.
Here's Duvall. 95 from Cahill. But ball one. That is foul.
They don't have the luge team down the lines anymore. Last time we were in town.
Yeah. It was a tag team effort.
Sinkers, curveballs, and changeups from Cahill. Every now and then a four-seamer.
Three and one. Tucker Barnhart is on deck. Yank foul. 3-2. Dangerous Adam Duvall.
Dangerous pitch here. 3-1 changeup. Didn't want to give in with a fastball, but that ball drifted into a swing a little bit.
Call strike three. Good comeback by Cahill.
Another changeup. I think that's where he wanted to throw that ball, but it worked.
Barnhart batting lefty.
Cahill, one of those guys, is definitely better down than up. He's getting away with some stuff up here. There you go. This relief pitching can be a tough gig, man. You come into a tie game in extra innings, you're working an inning at a time. You've got to be so sharp.
Swing and a miss on a change. 4 straight strikeouts for Cubs pitching. Edwards fanned the last 2 he faced. Cahill the first 2 he has dealt with. It'll be Billy Hamilton.
Yeah, that's more like Trevor there. That curveball, that changeup down combination, that was nasty, that last one.
Guess never too late for the bubble gum on top of the hat. Is that Peraza on a hop? Baez, low throw, dug out by Rizzo. And the inning is over. Dueling bullpens mowing them down. So we will now go to the 13th. Chris Bryant will be due second in the inning. Toast of the game. It's presented by Benny's Beverage Depot. Seems like it was a while ago, but John Lester was terrific tonight, and he left with the lead.
Yeah, he certainly did his piece. 7 2/3 innings of outstanding work. Just allowed 3 hits, 1 run, walked 1, struck out 4. We say often, just relentless pursuit of the bottom of the strike zone on the outside corner, and then cutters down and in. Hey, RBI single as well.
Benny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Here's Blake Wood.
5-1 with a 347 for Wood. Throws hard.
97 and up and out of the zone on Hayward. The pitch. 2-0. Bounce to DeJesus. Chris Bryant 0 for 3 with 2 walks. Six hitless innings for the Reds bullpen.
This is a bullpen that has the highest bullpen ERA in the National League since 1938.
Well, we had the Bryant game last night. Tonight's the Phillips game, I guess. You foul one off yourself. That's a Brandon Phillips. Oh and 1. Here's the pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Wow, how'd he take that?
He's got a good eye.
Ooh.
That's why.
Very discerning. That's one of when you're a hitter and the guy throws that, it just gives you a pause. You're like, well, This guy know what he's doing out there. He's throwing 97. Yeah, and then he comes back and goes nasty on him. 92-mile-an-hour slider.
Rizzo watches from the on-deck circle. Anthony with the last Cub hit, a single in the 6th inning. Wood thought he had him. 2-2.
Yeah, it's been hit or miss for Mike Winters on that low ball here tonight. And of course, when the catcher doesn't catch it, it's tougher to get the call. Hanging in there, battling, staying alive, working the count full.
Swing and a miss. He got him. So 2 gone. Both teams have used up their bench. Kind of an interesting one for Joe. We go a few more innings. He's got Travis Wood, who he could use as a pinch hitter, pinch runner, maybe even play the outfield.
Yeah, I think he's obviously trying to stay. He's trying to stay away from him, or he probably would have been in the ball game by now. I think I see him sitting in the dugout.
Just kind of have a feeling.
He's more position player than pitcher here tonight.
Yeah, we're getting closer to him entering the game in some form or fashion. Been a couple of occasions since Joe took over as manager, which Travis was one game-tying hit away from playing the outfield. Okay. Nuke Lelouch.
Yeah, well, he's threw that scud to Bryant. That's what I mean. It's just the guy misses that badly, and he throws 97 miles an hour as a hitter. It's like, well, if he can miss in that direction that badly, he could also miss in my coconut.
Left field line, foul territory, and into the stands. Preston Kopp, happy 15th birthday. Staying up late and hoping his team can pull out an extra innings win from Morris, Illinois. Gets past Votto into right. Rizzo makes the turn. He's trying for 2. Bruce's throw is late. Well, I don't think Jay Bruce thought Rizzo was going to try to get to second.
Just great base running by Rizzo. 2 down. A good time to force the issue to try to get into scoring position.
It is a 2-base error on Joey Votto.
But a great swing of the bat, sharply hit by Rizzo. It eats up Votto. Could easily have ruled that a hit. And great base running. The same point about Anthony that we often make about Bryant. How many big sluggers in the game can do this for you. That's a freight train.
Chris Coughlin takes a strike. Coughlin off the bench in the 11th. Grounded into a fielder's choice, now playing left. Couldn't hold. 0-2. One and two. Cubs have a 10-game lead in the NL Central. The Cardinals have an 8-4 lead in the bottom of the 9th in Kansas City. Two top 13. Popped up to Jesus to end the inning. 2-out error gets Rizzo to second, but he is stranded. In this position since the Reds tied it in the bottom of the 9th. The Cubs' last run came in the 5th. Their last hit was in the 6th. Cabrera to lead it off. Cahill's first offering. Fly ball center field. That's Caesar. One away.
That can of Skyline chili. Position players pretty tired at this stage of the operation, and that's why a lot of times these games kind of extend. Guys come out of the bullpen, they're fresh, they're feeling chipper. Guys have been standing around, been out there all night long. Have to stay absolutely locked in, and you get guys start to give away at bats, taking heroic swings, trying to hit one over the wall.
De Jesus to the opposite field. Hayward will run it down and keep Yvonne Jr. to a single. Son of former Cub Yvonne Sr. Here's Cozart.
Jesus not trying to be a hero. Good solid hitting there as he shoots one the other way, and a nice play by Hayward to hustle on over there and cut it off. See the Reds playing hit and run with this combination. Cozart pretty good at putting the ball in play. Cahill a ground ball pitcher. Ryan Price hoping to stay out of a double play to give Votto a shot. Cubs thinking along the same lines, taking a couple peeks over there at De Jesus.
Former Cub manager Jim Riggleman, the bench coach for Brian Price. That is a strike. Each team now has 6 hits. Bottom of the 13th.
It looks like they've resumed in Washington. 3-0 under 5.
Nationals lead. Left field and a base hit. First and second for Joey Votto. Trouble here for Cahill. Back-to-back one-out singles.
Joe likes Peralta against lefties, so he may bring Peralta in here.
I'm also wondering, I just saw Travis Wood in the dugout. I don't know if he would have been.
Yeah, he's going to bring Travis into this game and play, because
he's going to play.
He wouldn't be talking to the umpire unless he was going to do a double switch. Yeah.
Yeah. So Travis Wood's going to come in and play 8 position other than pitcher, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's going on.
And Peralta will come in to pitch, and then he's got options with Travis. So Joe pulling some strings here. Peralta with his second appearance as a Cub, and Travis Wood, the new left fielder, when we come back. time in his major league career will play a defensive position other than pitcher. He's in left. Joel Peralta made his Cub debut last night. Will face Joey Votto with runners at first and second. One out. DeJesus Jr. is the winning run at second.
Peralta, 40 years of age. He got a good split finger pitch, and that has helped him neutralize left-handed hitters over the years. This year they're hitting .217 against him. See, righty's .306, so he's a reverse split guy.
Weber sauces and seasonings called to the pen. Here's Peralta to Votto. Ball one. So double switch means Wood goes in to where Cahill was, which was David Ross' spot in the order, 8th.
Votto homered off Peralta in the ballgame last night.
Big cut at that one. It's 1-1. Cardinals a winner tonight in Kansas City. 8-4 the final. Caught by Zobrist. Inning over. Double play as DeJesus was already around third.
That's how you dial up that double play ball.
Line out 4-6 double play. Joel Peralta saying thank you, Zo. Wow. Grab turns it into an inning-ending double play, and we continue on. The first time the Cubs have gone to the 14th inning this year. And it's Javier Baez to lead it off. Ball one. And I got you. Hop fly shallow center, and it's Phillips. Lou Piniella was managing. He had Sean Marshall in the game and moved him, I think, to left for a batter or two, and then brought him back into pitch. Travis Wood is now on deck after Caesar bats. Sharply hit grounder. Backhanded Cozart. He's pretty smooth.
And we talked about the fatigue factor in a game like this. How some of the quality of the bats will suffer a little bit. But it seems like a lot of these games that somebody runs into one and knocks it into the seats, or somebody makes a big mistake in the field.
So trying to figure out what are the possibilities here for Travis Wood. We just keep on playing. It'd be nice if he had a home run here. Up and in. But because they're out of position players, he's your left fielder. I guess the one thing you could do is if you run out of pitchers, he is your last option, and the last guy to pitch would then, I guess, go play left. I don't think Joe would want to use one of his starting pitchers. Seeing Dave Martinez discuss. Three and 0.
Go ahead, Woody.
3 and 1. And this is really out of necessity with the short bench. You know, Travis becomes kind of your hybrid.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about emergency catchers. The Cubs have 3 guys who catch, but most teams have 2. Broken bat liner to Duvall to end the inning. Bottom of the 14th, 2-2.
Trevor Cahill's line, an inning and a third, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, a couple of punch outs. Peralta, 2/3 of an inning, the rest 0. Spencer Patton worked for the 5th time as a Cub. No wins, no losses, a 6.75 ERA. He's only pitched 4 innings here. Posted very good numbers down at AAA. He's got Phillips, Bruce, and Duvall to deal with here in the Reds' half of the 14th.
And yes, we had a Wood versus Wood matchup. I don't believe any relation though. Blake and Travis. I don't like Brandon Phillips coming up because it just has this weird vibe, right? 35th birthday.
Getting beat up all night.
Right. That it's just kind of waiting for him to do something special. Already that great slide to tie the game in the ninth. But to finish the point on Travis Wood, when you have the extra guy in the bullpen and you don't have the extra guy in your bench and you go to 13, 14 innings, it was bound to happen. So Cubs are obviously fortunate they've got Travis Wood, a good athlete who can do this. And somewhere John Smoltz is watching this game and he's very jealous.
I saw Roy Oswalt play left field once.
Yes, there are a lot of pitchers who bug their managers incessantly. Put me in center. Come on, I want to play short. I'm not sure if Smoltz ever did play the outfield, but I remember Bobby Cox saying if he didn't pitch, he thought he could have been an everyday center fielder.
Mike Hampton, I think, could have been a position player in the big leagues.
The 2-0 to Phillips is a strike.
Yeah, I like that one better than the first two. Those drifters in on Phillips. Potential trouble.
2-2 on him. Fouled away. Another foul. Bruce on deck.
Throw that pitch again. Can't guarantee it, but there's a real good chance he's swinging.
Fly ball center field. Here's Caesar for the catch. So we'll look at Joe's thought process on what's going on now. He's bringing a glove out here. So is he going to do a Wood Patton switch? See, because I guess there's one thought here of why did he bring Wood in if he could have just pinch hit for Peralta? Because the thought would be if you double switch, Peralta's coming back. But I think Joe made the move in the previous inning in case it got to Bruce and he was going to do this.
Apparently.
Is that possible?
Well,
because otherwise you wouldn't make the double switch if you're just going to have Peralta get out of that inning.
Because he's got 8 warm-up pitches.
Yeah. This is something. So I think that answers the question why he brought Wood into the game when he did. Because he might have needed him to pitch. So we're going to keep it here as Spencer Patton will go to left.
Yeah, and this will be this, and then they'll just trade places again.
Right. So I'm just trying to piece together the thought of Wood coming in with Peralta. But Peralta doesn't come back. So he could have used Wood just to pinch hit for Peralta. in the top of this 14th.
But then he would have been out of the mix if he's strictly a pinch hitter and doesn't enter the ball game. Correct? That's where you're going. If he pinch hits only.
Right, but he could have stayed in
right
at the bottom of the inning and replaced, I suppose, Coghlan. Yeah. We'll find out tomorrow. We talk to Joe, and I'm sure the reporters will ask him about it too. So it's the Weber Sauces and Seasonings call to the pen. And then again, if he was thinking he might use Travis in the previous inning to pitch, would there have been an advantage to bringing him in at that point to play left?
I don't know. My head's about to blow up.
Yeah. It's fun though, especially if it works.
Chris Bryant just to stay put, protect against a little push bunt, everybody else strong, pull on the infield. Very deep in the outfield.
One out, nobody on. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Outside, 2-2.
A little extra pop on that one from Travis, 93 miles an hour.
By the way, yeah, we should have called that the Weber Sauces and Seasonings call to left. He didn't come in from the pen. Fouled away.
He's got a little I'm playing left field adrenaline pumping here tonight.
Rizzo will field. Wood covering.
Here comes the bat boy out with some gear.
So here comes Patton again.
Now Brian Price indicating to the home plate umpire Patton. He's saying Patton doesn't get any extra warm-ups. I honestly don't know. Maybe Price was indicating something else.
No, yeah, they're waving it.
Yeah, they're trying to get Mike Winter's attention.
He says, I'm going to give him a couple. And you know, if you're the Reds, you have every right to do this, and I'm sure the Cubs would do the same for another team, but you can't risk somebody getting hurt.
If you're trying to beat him, you can.
Yeah, no, you're right.
If it's within the rule, if it's not within the rules, but apparently it is. It's up to the umpire.
I guess that's my point. Is I think if he has the discretion to give him a couple of warm-up tosses, that's
absolutely
the right thing to do. This is crazy. And awesome.
Filling in my score sheet here. I got Cahill, Peralta, Patton, Wood, Patton.
Well, think of who's played left. Do you remember who started in left? Contreras.
That's right.
Caesar, Coghlan, Wood, Patton. They've all played left. Duvall takes a strike. Duvall's played left too for the other team. Patton can't get it. Zobrist will. It worked. It worked.
He might not be done.
2-2 after 14. This is a crazy night. We're in the 15th inning. The adrenaline has to really be pumping. Travis Wood and Spencer Patton flip-flopping, pitcher in left field. Here's J.J. Hoover.
Hoover had an opportunity early to be the closer. That didn't pan out. It's been an awful go for him. Eight home runs allowed, 17 2/3 innings pitched. Devoted to AAA for a while.
Two strikes on Montero.
Suarez due to lead off the bottom of the inning, so presumably Patton will be pitching.
Suarez is
he's out.
It's Hoover.
Oh, it's Hoover.
I think, unless they double switched, which they didn't have any position players left anyway. So yeah, it is Hoover. Yep. This is wild. Still 1-2 on Miguel Montero. Knuckling liner will be caught by Bruce.
He may hit with Lorenzen in the bottom of the inning, leave him in to pitch.
Got a 12:35 first pitch tomorrow. A lot of times after a late night like this, they move the team bus back. Might be at about 11:45.
Show and go.
Yeah. No school tomorrow. Unless somebody has summer school. Two 2-0 on Zobrist. Made a big defensive play earlier. 3-0. Ball 4. Cubs have had a few base runners, but no hits since the 6th inning. So this is their 9th inning since their last hit. So we've had kind of a mini no-hitter in the middle of this game. And all of it has come from the Reds bullpen. That's baseball, I guess. Ball 1 on Hayward.
Every at bat provides an opportunity for redemption. Jason 0 for 5 tonight. 3 strikeouts. He has drawn a walk.
So if the Cubs grab the lead here, Patton would be the pitcher of record. He got the final out at the bottom of the 14th. Past Votto. Zobrist on his way to 3rd. And the Cubs have their first hit since the 6th and their best scoring opportunity since the 5th.
There's a little redemption for you. A chance for Votto, but not a great chance, and it's a single for Hayward. On 3rd with just 1 out for Chris Bryant, last night's hero.
Infield in, and there is a gaping hole over there on the right side as Votto holds on Hayward. Ball 1. Phillips playing pretty close to 2nd. Ground ball, base hit, Cubs lead. Chris Bryant gets it done. Had the huge game last night, and he gives the Cubs a 3-2 lead here tonight.
All these Cub fans that have hung in there all night long on their feet, celebrating that swing of the bat. Time to get greedy. Not a bad pitch at all by Hoover. Got him to roll over, but with the infield in, Bryant able to squeak it through there.
Now Rizzo, runners at 1st and 2nd. Fouled back. And an aggressive pass at that pitch from Hoover. Bryant with 7 RBIs in this series. Jason Hamill. And that would be for Patton.
I think they're going to walk him.
Lackey's saying to Travis, he's not going to put me in there somewhere, is he? I'm pitching Thursday. So yeah, they're going to force Joe to use Hamill. They're going to walk Rizzo. The base open is third.
Well, Brian Price is just thinking, I got to get 2 more outs to finish off this inning without giving up any more damage. What's my best chance of getting there? And he's made the decision that putting Rizzo on, trying to get the double play off the bat of Hamill, or trying to get Hamill and then Baez a safer route than trying to get Rizzo here.
So who's left? Strop and the other starters, right? That's it.
Well, you might as well go with the bases loaded hit and run here.
Breaking ball inside on Hamill. So a good year with the bat.
Trying to carve a little line drive into center field on this 1-0 fastball. Tried, but the pitch was up.
That's what he's done overall. He has pinch hit twice and has gone 0 for 2. Strop is now up in the Cubs pen, so he's going to get the bottom of the 15th, and Wood will stay in left. And he is a former shortstop, so. Votto diving stop, the throw to the plate. Out. What a throw from his backside. Oh my goodness. How did he make that play?
He's been peppered here in the last couple of innings. And this time he was able to make a spectacular play. Kudos to Jason Hamill. Good solid contact. And Votto a little off balance there as he tried to pull the ball out of his glove, but still manages to fling that thing homeward as he's falling to his back. Just in time to get Hayward.
Wow. So base is still loaded, 2 outs, and here's Baez. Tell you, it'd be really nice to add some runs here because you're getting down to your last pitcher, basically.
Yeah, you got a pitcher in left field.
You got a pitcher in left field. You don't want to mess around with your other starters. Lackey, Arrieta, Hendricks. I mean, you could be getting into a really dicey situation if you get into the 16th, 17th inning. You want to end it right here in the 15th. Bounced foul.
The good news is you've already gone through the big part of the batting order. You've got the pitcher spot due up first in the bottom half of the inning.
the air to center. Hamilton going back at the wall. Gone! A grand slam. Javier Baez. 7-2.
Does that work for you? Wow. Unbelievable. A crazy night here in Cincinnati, and what a huge swing of the bat by Javi Baez. Yeah, they already had the lead. Nothing like a little insurance. First career grand slam for Baez. First ever hit with the bases loaded for Javi Baez. How many times in this series have we seen a Reds catcher go into that stand-up mode and have the pitcher pipe the ball and pay a price for it?
First career grand slam for Baez. First career hit with the bases loaded. 7-2. They put up 5. Caesar, deep center. Hamilton on the track to end the inning. What a series. We had the Bryant game last night. I don't know what we're going to call this one, but we're not done yet. 7-2 Cubs in the 15th. With the grand slam after Chris Bryant gave the Cubs the lead, and Travis Wood is on the mound, and Pedro Strop is in left. The Cubs have used Wood, Patton, and Strop. 3 relief pitchers in left field tonight.
Well, and I think this is mostly about conserving some bullets for Pedro Strop, and with the bullpen being used the way it was tonight, I think Joe's like, well, let's, we're going to use Strop at some point in this inning, but let's try to minimize the amount of work he has to do.
So let's go back to the Votto at bat. The Cubs pitchers for each batter since the 13th: Peralta, Patton, Wood, and probably at some point Strop.
Yeah, I mean, that's my guess, but who knows? Maybe Strop will just be out in left field for the whole inning.
Here's Lorenzen. Michael Lorenzen. Played outfield, pitched a little bit in college. I mean, I guess we call it the bullpen game. That sounds kind of boring. But
call it the Madden game.
The Madden game. Yeah. This is the kind of night I think Joe probably has kind of dreamed about. If I had to do this, what would I do? And he is not afraid. Wood strikes out Lorenzen.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's been, you know, rationale behind all these moves. I mean, there are going to be those who go, you know, Joe's just trying to be clever. He's trying to, you know, you're kind of pushed into a corner because of the situation, playing so many innings and burning through the bullpen and having a 4-man bench. You have to get creative.
Oh, and 1 on Hamilton. Oh, and 2. He struck him out. 2 down. The other shame of this is that I don't think Travis will get anything out of it, right? He won't get a save. 5-run lead.
I was wondering, would he get a save anyway, since he'd already been in the game, and you know, he's
yeah, but it was a tie. Yeah, you know, I know Patton will get the win.
Yeah,
that we know. He got the last out of 14. But this will be a very memorable one for all the guys involved, as Cabrera keeps the Reds alive. Comes to Jesus. Ball 1 as Cabrera takes second. Lester, Rondon, Grimm, Edwards, Cahill, Peralta, Patton, Wood, Patton, Wood. They won't be listed in the box score that way. Patton and Wood will only be listed once each, with however many outs they recorded. Fouled away. Cubs pitcher of record Spencer Patton, looking for his first win as a Chicago Cub and the 3rd of his career.
Please fly out to Strop to end the game.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Three and 2.
poised.
In the air to right. Hayward's got it. Cubs win. Cubs win 7-2 the final in 15 innings. And to say this one came out of left field would be a huge understatement. Chris Bryant with the game-winning RBI. Javier Baez with the grand slam. Wow. Wow. Wow.
It came out of left field and went back to left field, then came out of left field again. A crazy night at the ballpark.